that.
Yeah.
So Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to the board meeting, and let's get it started. We'll call it six o'clock. Let's go to roll call.
Eldon Larson.
I'm here.
Rhonda Robertson. Present. Andrew Bushman.
Here.
Dayton Flake.
Here.
Karsten Flake.
I'm here.
All right. Sure. Thank you. Do we have a volunteer to lead us in Pledge of Allegiance? I stand, salute, pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, do we have a volunteer for the invocation?
I'll say.
Thank you, Andrew.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity we have to meet together. We thank you for this great community we have, and different viewpoints and the way it meshes together. We thank you for this great country and this time of year. We ask you this time, please bless us so we can discern and know what to do, what will be best for the school, that we can help the kids and help our families to grow strong. We say these things in Christ.
Amen.
Amen. I move we accept the agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
Any discussion needed? All right. Seamless night. Yeah, but she doesn't live in my house.
I was just curious what you wanted.
And I don't have to support her either, so.
Okay.
Anyway. All right. Yeah, no, thanks for bringing that up, though, Karsten. Okay, call for the vote. Myself, yes. Karsten?
Yes.
Andrew? Dayton?
Yes.
Rhonda?
Yes.
Thank you.
I move we approve the minutes of the November 8th regular board meeting as presented.
Second?
Also.
Thank you. Any discussion needed on it? Okay, call for the vote. Karsten?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Dayton? Yes. Rhonda?
Yes.
Myself, yes. All right, that brings us to the superintendent's report.
Did we do the public hearing?
What?
There's a public hearing.
Ah!
I apologize, I didn't stop yet.
I thought maybe opening items once, so I think all we ought to do.
Let's just go ahead and do it right now.
Because, yeah, we've just done the opening item.
Sorry about that.
Okay. I missed that at the
I
beginning.
did.
Well, I saw it. I just
Okay, so let's open up the public, well, when we were setting the agenda, we didn't say anything about a public hearing, so, for the budget revision, sorry. Okay, so let's open up the public hearing for the budget revision. But there's no,
Yeah, this is just an item where we can receive input from the public on the budget. So if anyone is here to speak to the school budget, this is the time to do it. So we just have a few people here. Give them an opportunity. Mrs. Bushman, did you want to speak to it? Or no? Daryl, anything? Okay.
so now can we go to the
Yeah, I think.
fence report?
Okay, I'm going to turn the start of my report over to Matt Weber, who's the superintendent at Navit, to just give his annual briefing to you guys.
Thank you, Superintendent Fields. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight. And just wanted to let you know we appreciate our partnership. It's good to be with you. I'm excited with the news I've got to share tonight. Definitely want to say thank you to J.C. Hansen. He is your representative on the Navit board. Very faithful, and we visit monthly. He's one of the most easy ones to get a hold of, get signatures. You're all aware of the how often you have to have your signatures ready. But where we don't have any new members of the board, I want to just jump to here, just to remind you. Remember, we just for two reasons. The first is to provide you that funding stream. We'll talk about that here in a minute. But the second is provide the central program for the students who have declined. It's not for everybody, about 90% of the career and tech ed that happens right here at the high school. And so we'll talk about that. And so real quick, just to review with you, on our annual update here, I'm excited to report to you, this is what we're looking at for FY23, 63,910. And what's exciting about that is you're quickly approaching where you were before we lost freshman funding. So that is exciting, very exciting. I've only got 3 districts that can say this, that they're almost back to where they were before we lost the freshman funding. So what does that say? That 6039, just under 64,000, is because you're building capacity, you're expanding your programs, with adding, with Christina, we've got, enrolling, coming, we've got welding back, we've got both construction and carpentry, and then the addition of digital photo. That's helping because the more students you have in your programs, the more money you generate. And so, like I say, I'm just really excited about that. So where's that 63,000 going to be used? It's right here in these programs. And so our focus is to help you buy equipment, make sure that your equipment is up to date, and anything that helps your teachers certify students. And real quick, let me show you what we've got. Just real quick, these are the programs that your students have access to between Winslow and Holbrook: construction, welding, medical assistant, nursing assistant, hairstyling. And we're grateful to be able to offer those. We've got a great construction program here. This program is just for those that this is absolutely what they want for a career, and it's 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. All of our central programs meet 15 hours a week, but very few students have that kind of time. So real quick, this is what we're doing, to help your teachers. The main thing that your district has been focused on since April of 21 has been the Arizona Department of Education state monitoring. And so what NAVIT did is we started right after ABE did their training in February of 21. We started having our own trainings for your directors and for teachers. And so since April of 21, that's what we've been focused on. So, and even all of our director meetings for the past couple of years, they've been focused on monitoring. And I even canceled this month's meeting just so that your directors can finish that up, because that is due now, and I know that Dan's real close. I'm getting that finished up. But what we did was, with the amount of time that it took for your teachers to work on the monitoring, we took that out of our 301 fund. So if they filled out a monitoring development application, we were able to pay them $25 an hour, because we're talking a lot of stuff on the weekends for this kind of stuff. They claim there's only 9 indicators, but then you've got, like anything for the Department of Education, there's always 3 or 4 sub-indicators under the indicators. So really it was 30 plus items and artifacts times several. So most of your teachers provided about 100 examples of what they're doing in the classroom. And that's just not something you do because they've got a full-time job teaching, coaching, and like Dan, where's he tonight? He's coaching St. John's tonight. So all of them have extra things to do. And so I just tip my hat to all of your teachers, to Dan, for all the time that they're putting into this. But once again, the main thing to remember here tonight is I'm just really excited about this, because if you look at, since FY17, it's just been a steady upward trajectory. Yes.
Do you, and maybe you don't know this, do you know how many of our students are in CTE classes that are counting, and how many of them are going off campus to things? Do you have that number?
Your central program enrollment is, it's either 9 or 10 that are in central programs. That's why I say 90% of the CTE is here at your high school, because to fit that into their schedules, especially in the morning, to take out 3 hours, very few students. And that's not just a Joe City thing, that's everywhere.
That's the ones that we transport somewhere.
Yeah. Do you know the number of how many students are taking classes here by chance?
I do not, but you're about the same. You're right in the same as Heber Overgaard. My bet would be that you're in now. Now keep in mind this would be a duplicated count, but I'd be willing to bet you've got 80 that are taking the CTE class.
In the 30s with students, but they take multiple classes. What are you saying? So, yeah.
I said that's definitely duplicated.
So there's about 80, give or take, seats.
Right.
Okay.
Best way to say that, because a lot of them are taken. really the main things at this point is, finish up monitoring and, then with the new, superintendent of public instruction coming in, who knows what we're gonna be talking about. So,
Are there any new programs that you're looking at adding, like central programs?
one that I'm working on that I'm excited about, it's a soft green light, so to speak. I mean, I we'll know for sure by February, but we're trying to offer computer repair and maintenance. That's one we've been looking at offering in Holbrook. Because I've been trying to focus on programs that aren't offered at any of the high schools. Now, I've got Holbrook and Winslow that are really asking for automotive. But I know, that would cost a good $300,000 to put together. And so that, the college and I are kind of talking about that, but I wouldn't suspect that would be one the Joe City students would really go after, just simply because you have one right here in your backyard. But in terms of those that I have a program that is not offered here that I think would appeal to some of your students, would be the computer repair and maintenance, because they've got the lab space already and they've got adults that are asking for it. Well, I was asking for cybersecurity, but I'm willing to settle for computer repair and maintenance.
When do you think that would start?
We're hoping by the fall of 23, but I'll know for sure in February. And those are kind of the main ones for I-40. I know that NPC did hire a full-time agriculture person, but I think that's farther down the road, like fall of 24. But once again, you've got to act right here. So, the key is trying to appeal to those that aren't already in the program here, something that's different. But the computer repair and maintenance, I think, is going to be the first one. Excellent questions. Unless you have anything else for me, I'll let you get to the rest of your agenda. But thank you so much for having us here. And once again, we appreciate the partnership, and we just appreciate the district. I particularly appreciate you guys being a Hebrew Overgarden resident, because it's fun to play you guys, and we consider you a home game. I tell you that every year, but it's nice to only travel 1 hour or 2 hours. So we appreciate your.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so continuing on with my report, we do have a few items I wanted to bring up, but maybe I get this out of the way first because it is important. This is the last meeting for Rhonda, so we're gonna miss her, and I wanted to express my appreciation for what she's brought to our governing board and the service. It can be a thankless job, as you all know, but stepping up and being willing to help is great. So the district got you a small token of appreciation.
Aww.
Right here.
Thank you for your
Glad
time.
you didn't know.
Thank you.
For the meeting. I heard you didn't like plaques, but we thought with this little gavel, maybe you let the grandkids play with it or something.
Somebody's gonna get it.
If you don't mind, we'll get a little picture here. We won't send it to paper if you don't want. Appreciate you.
All right. I already promised your son I wouldn't desert y'all. So I told him, I said, you think I'm going to keep my mouth shut? He said, good point. Your boy knows me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some other things, going down my report here, I'll try not to just read the entire report, but if you have questions, please feel free to stop me or slow me down. An Upstart program that Mr. Mosier's been working on with 4-year-olds. It's free to students. Or you don't have to be a student, actually, to be involved in it. They work with 4-year-olds, and they're trying to help them get a head start on reading. So it's a good program. I attached the letter that he sent out to all the 4-year-olds in the community. We sent it to our students first, our 4-year-olds first, and then everybody. It's what he did. Everyone we could identify or think of that's 4. And that's in your report. A copy of that's in your report.
What do you mean by everybody?
Anyone who has a 4-year-old, because you would qualify if you just have a 4-year-old. Like if you're not in our preschool.
You wouldn't have.
Oh, okay. That's where you kind of lost me.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, there's several 4-year-olds. There's a waiting list even for 4-year-olds to get into our preschool. So some out there that don't go to our preschool that live in Joseph City. So we've had some concerts at our auditorium that they've gone well. But, we do have some maintenance we need to keep up on in our auditorium, just so you know, we're working on those things. I did include in my report the results to the home Chromebook program that we're doing. We had 29 respondents to the survey at this point. That's more than we had last month when I reported. I think it was 7 or so. But not everyone that responded actually. So it was a survey. The first question: did you take a Chromebook and or a hotspot for your homework? And not everyone who responded actually took one. So that number of 29 is a little bit deceiving. But most of the people they said that they appreciate it. It's helping them. They believe that it's helping them. So if you want the actual Google charts of the survey up to this point, I can get that to you, but I put a little summary of it on my report. Elementary is doing some canned food drive, partnering with some people in the community. Brooke Frost is a school employee who's the contact for that, and Mr. Moser's working with her. Appreciate that. And then the high school's doing something up there for Lorraine Taylor, who's been an accompanist for us for several years. And so we got a couple of those things going on. The high school, if you haven't been up there yet, they have a new slide window at the entrance in the lobby. It's very nice. Most of that work was done in-house. We ordered the glass and then installed it. The elementary gym bleachers, that project has been completed. Well, practically completed. There's some bolts we want them to add, but they added railing and steps. That's right. Thank you. So that's good. I have a picture I can show you. I didn't put that on the board backup, but or we could just walk over there and take a look at it. The high school is scheduled to get done, and the material should be here in April if there's not a backup on it. We have to do the disassemble of the current bleachers in-house, and we figured we'd do that. For one, we'd save over $13,000 by doing it. That the SFB most likely wouldn't have covered, and we get to keep the wood and scrap the metal. So that we could sell the wood or use it in the wood shop because it's good. That bleacher wood, I guess, is good wood to use. So, and the metal is worth something. So we save money, maybe we even make some on that. And then once we get that out, they come in and put the new ones in at the high school. And just so you know, it's the plan is to make them navy blue. So I've approved that. This would be the best time to speak up if you have a big issue with it, because I wasn't planning on making that an agenda item, but we have a calendar recommendation on the board agendas, so we'll save discussion about that for that. But on my report, what I did is I put our attendance this year for those 2 days that we went to school during the week of Thanksgiving. So the high school had 89% of our students in attendance. That counts the kids that came to school but say they went to an activity. We had an activity that week. It was either a field trip or a game. I don't remember which offhand, but yeah.
The boys and girls were both at a basketball tournament in Tucson.
That's right. And then junior high, so they don't count as absent. So, but 85% of the junior high were here, and elementary had 92% of the students here. Lately, we've been averaging about 94% in attendance. So there was a drop. One issue we had that week that's not reflected in this is teachers. So we had teachers that needed subs, and in some cases we had to say no or whatever, combine, do some creative things to cover classes. So that was a problem. But anyway, we'll save the discussion for that item. HVAC feasibility analysis by Trane. We have some information that from some engineers that came in. These guys want to tell us what equipment they think would serve us best, the most up-to-date, recent stuff, give us an idea on money. The timing of this might be good if there's anything that potentially has worked out with APS. This might be a part of it. So,
So has anyone have you looked at anyone besides Train?
for this, no, I
You
haven't.
might want to.
Okay.
I have a Train.
Oh, yeah.
Very expensive to fix and hard to find people certified.
Mm.
And it's something that has been a problem. I have put in many motherboards in my system. On my second one in 6 months right now.
Wow.
So, you know, and I went with Train because it was the best.
Yeah.
So it's got me concerned for the school.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely do that. We are still getting handle on our controls and making improvements all the time. One thing I wanted to mention to you guys is the testing results. So took a closer look at that, just so you know, because I don't think I had said this publicly yet, but the high school had some of its best scores in the past 5 years, actually, in some of the areas. And overall, proficiency. They were still rated a B at the high school, and I submitted an appeal. We have not heard back yet if that appeal to become an A. And the reason was we received none of the possible points for dropout, for having a low number of dropouts. It happened to just, it's an average over 4 years, came at a bad time for us, and as far as I could tell, we're the only school in the county that didn't receive the full amount of points. So it was like full or nothing. And I made an argument for it to see if we could at least have those not included in our calculation. But for the junior high and elementary, we're going to be part of a group from the state that they look at giving us some what they call targeted support and improvement. They help us develop plans that look at patterns that might have given us low scores in these subcategories that I mentioned. I mentioned some of the subcategories. So you have to have at least 20 kids in these subcategories for them to count. And for a lot of years, we didn't have 20 kids in these categories. So that was a change, but beside the point, we have to do better in those subcategories in order to be removed from this TSI, which is Targeted Support Improvement Program. So I sat through a meeting with that, and I'll be working closely with the principals, and they'll have to design teams to try and improve their test scores.
What did the elementary get on this?
As far as a letter grade or points?
Letter grade?
D.
A D?
Growth is what hurt us. I'm not sure if you were here last month, but there was a chart I provided, and so proficiency, we had the proficiency at our elementary that was better than some C schools, and I think even one B school that I saw, but they calculated a higher percentage of growth than they have in the past, and that evidently hurt our letter grade. So, and like one of the subcategory groups is low income people, that students that have been designated as coming from low income families. So we have to help our students grow more. So even if they're passing, they have to have standard growth from year to year, or it will hurt our points. So, and math is the lowest at both the elementary and the junior.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that the kids weren't passing, it just means they weren't
Advanced.
going from a 70% to at least a 72 or 71. They stayed at a 70. So that hurt us.
Yeah, it's difficult because we're talking averages. But
Right.
yeah, several of our students passed. we had some students excel. We have some top-notch students who practically ace these tests at different levels, but we had a significant group that did not pass that we want to improve on too. But the growth, you know, is so important. Proficiency.
So they track each child by name?
Well, by number, student number. And this one was tricky because there was a COVID year that it's hard, well, there's no data to calculate your growth against. So it's a little tricky, so.
As in magical?
Well, I don't.
Pulls it out of the air? Sounds like it.
For example, this is the only time since they've started this program where they'll let you can be removed from this TSI program in 1 year. Usually when you're designated, you're there for 3 years. But this 1 year, they're letting you, if your subgroups test out, you can be exited from the program, the TSI program. So, and that has to do with the COVID issues and attendance. And we would also, one small bright thing from this, we would qualify for a grant. It's a competitive grant, so we got to apply and try and get it. But being a TSI school, we could try and get it now. Help with any over.
And what would that go for to get people to help with extra aids, to help those children get them higher grades? What?
Yeah, there's a lot of strings tied to it, so it has to be a program or something like that that directly.
After school?
Yeah, possibly. I'm not sure about that, the after school, but like when Mr. Mosier puts his team together, if there's planning or meetings that go after hours, I think that he can reimburse them an hourly rate, like the teachers or whoever is working on those plans. We buy a program, it should qualify for that. And we're not talking a lot of money. I think we would fall in about the max of a $15,000 grant per school. That's what I believe. They should be sending more information on that soon. Or maybe I have to go out and get it, but I'll do that. I would like to apply for this grant since we are TSI. It's actually called ATSI, but it just ATSI is more of a temporary category than just the plain TSI, if you're wondering. So yeah, at the meeting I was at, they had 1,000 schools from Arizona that were part of that webinar. So that a lot of schools that fell into that category because of the situation. We have a concern with the cybersecurity. Jason's gonna. Our insurance is stepping up and doing some training this year. He's going to attend this training. It's common now for some sized schools to be attacked with this ransomware. They attack schools that are big enough but not too big because these hackers can do the most damage that way and really disrupt the educational environment. It's going to be required that every district has this type of insurance next year. We have it this year from the discussions we've had. Unless something's happened, we went out and got it because it can really do some damage. Next year it's going to be required. No design an option. But Jason's on top of that. One other item I wanted to mention here was a potential intervention from our district with APS and the ACC at their next rate case. I didn't say that exactly right, but so APS and the ACC they have a rate case coming up in May.
Next summer, or May, June.
Yeah. So our district can be an intervening entity, and that pretty much anybody in our community could. I don't know if you need to be an organization. It seems like I remember they said just about anybody could intervene, but our school district has a case, and I would like to work on that and have something to you guys by next month. That's part of the stuff that we've been working on over the past couple of years. There's still a lot of things that we don't have details on, but with the governing board approval, we could proceed with discussions and working on that, and withdraw at any time from an intervention. But we would probably need to do that by the next board meeting.
So intervention as far as like to not have their rate case approved, or to, I mean, what are we?
Yeah. So, and it's new to me. I mean, I don't want to act like I'm a bona fide expert on this, but an intervening entity would ask for something from as part of a rate case that goes to the ACC. So, for our school, since if we're going to be experiencing an economic impact from APS leaving, we can request some kind of, recompense from them, some kind of,
During the actual rate case? Wow.
well, there can be negotiation in front of
Welcome
it.
to America.
So,
So basically, it would be like, ACC is gonna sit there and say, yeah, we'll let you raise the rate if you kick this school this much money.
I don't know if that's exactly, but yeah.
In a roundabout way. And so my biggest problem with this is, okay, that's great, but now I gotta pay an extra 10 cents, and everybody else is, so the school can save 5.
Well, I don't know. I was just curious if that's.
I say look into it, but I'll be skeptic.
I thought you may be, but here's how I look at it. And I've been told by several, APS is a very large corporation, so but they are looking at their rates for, as we all know, we all have electric bills.
Oh, it's gonna go way up.
We have to do what we think is best for our district, the students of our district, and if there's going to be, we're responsible if there is some kind of economic impact that hasn't been addressed, that to look to see if we can have some help with that. So if our students are going to miss out on something potentially because of this plant closure, and it's also important because we're setting a precedent for all the school districts coming up I mean, you guys know the power. So that's why we're getting help from the ASBA and the insurance companies and these organizations that have been advocating for us. So, but yeah, I think I understand your sentiments there, Mr. Bushman. So, I don't want to prolong it, but we're not the fire department, but the APS, the Cholla, as an example, they've done a lot to help our fire department, as far as I know, right? Mm-hmm. Like with training and funding. So I wonder, the question
What kind of shape is our fire department gonna be in?
Yeah, so they would maybe stand to be an intervening, but for the school. So if, let's say, things didn't happen, APS was like the solar outfit, and they didn't work with our fire. They weren't part of the fire district and didn't help, like the stuff that went on earlier this year. Would we even have a fire department in Joseph City, or would we fall under someone else? And if we didn't have one in Joseph City, that would hurt our students. That's where I'm getting to with this. So the fact that if our fire department is hurt by the plant closing, it does eventually have an impact on us with safety, in my opinion. So that's one example. The irrigation and the farming, there's another thing they've helped out with those pumps. That's not directly school related, but it is somewhat school related because the school has 53 water shares. So
I'm just curious how that goes with the rate. I mean, because they have the whole assist with coal communities when the coal plants are shutting down, right? But this is a rate case. It's like
Called pork.
two separate things, really. The rate case, I don't think has anything included in the power plant shutting down, other than they're going to ask for money for putting in
Well,
new
and it's gonna cost
generation
them
other
more money
places,
to
right?
make the
for
power,
helping,
and they're gonna
Yeah.
show that.
I mean, we haven't now. we don't, like I said, we don't have the details. I just sat through a meeting today on this, and Steve was part of it, so he can interject here. But all we have with this so far, Eldon, is the timeline of how it goes down. And I know we would, but we don't even have an ask yet. I mean, what is our ask? What is it? Is it going to be financial? Is it going to be broadband? Is it going to be electricity? I have no idea yet. So
Well,
I don't want to get.
maybe you can get something along the lines of, we keep our actual rate that we already have, you can't jack our rates up.
Yeah, we know from our previous discussions, enrollment is, yeah, I mean, that's an idea, sure. And we're looking to get some assistance from ASBO, the business association that works with, and ATRA, the Arizona Tax Group. But, yeah, so that's what it is. We don't know exactly what the ask would be yet.
See, and all them are helping. They're gonna get something out of it, or they wouldn't be helping.
Oh, it's the way that government ran. And it's like every bill they,
Government.
It's a political process.
yeah, but I was gonna say, like every bill they pass is like, okay, if you do this, we'll do this, you do this, you. And before long, we got so much extra stuff in it that we forgot why we were even at the table.
Yeah. It's going to affect enrollment, and so we know it's going to, you know, our enrollment here. It already has somewhat, but also how we have these facilities that are hard for us to maintain because of how funding has changed. So, but there is a very conservative, or what I've heard is a conservative Arizona Corporation Commission now. So we really have to defend any ask that we have. But there is a case, or our insurance, you know, and our attorneys wouldn't be on board work trying to get us to do this. So, but that's coming up at a future meeting. We could talk offline or at the next meeting about this. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. I had mentioned it in a previous report, but not in detail.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
I don't know.
What we could even do in the actual rate case, because they have the separate coal community thing that we've already received some money from. So I'm just curious how they would let you go in the rate case.
I don't know exactly, but I know we are in a position to intervene. So I'd like to keep our options open as long as we could, because I think it's in the best interest of our students.
Well, and I would think, since it is, I mean, I don't know. I would just assume that in a rate case, all you can say is, no, their rates should not go up, or yes, their rates can go up. And I'm assuming we'd be on the no side, but well, if that's what it is, or if it really is a negotiation saying, well, if you're going to raise rates, we want this.
No, the negotiation would happen prior to. So APS would go to the ACC. That's what I think. They would go to the ACC. We need to raise this much.
They already have. That point there.
There's another
already
one.
Started.
Yeah. So they just finished one, I think.
No, they just barely started one.
Yeah. Well, this next one is coming up, and it's going to happen in the summer. So
yeah, they already filed, and it's decided in this coming summer. It's a long process.
Do they have their but do they have their numbers down yet? Well, our intervening would justify or not just if APS agrees with it, they will use that in trying to justify the increase in their rates. If they don't, then they won't. But do you understand what I'm saying?
There's,
Yeah, I think he doesn't, yeah.
the way I understand it, there's, they can use to settle money that basically comes out of the shareholder's pocket, or they can use money that comes out of the ratepayer's pocket, or both. And we think that the money they've already sent to us was shareholder. That's why that was not there was nothing that had to go before the ACC on that.
Yeah, they did. The ACC had to approve the coal. The money that we got was already approved by the ACC. That was the coal recovery thing.
For the Four Corners. This is a different one.
I just wondered, if I was sitting there on APS's desk, and I said, read a thing that if you have X amount of money, you can still give away for the coal saving whatever stuff. And if it come across my desk at Joseph City Schools is over here, I'd be like, well, then they don't get this pile at all. So I'm just saying that we may fight the hand.
Shoot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Because if I was sitting there looking at this going like, okay, how do we, okay, fine, then you get that, but all this extra money, you are out of that pile now.
But I also agree with Mr. Fields in the issue that we do need to try. We need to look into it, but it needs to be looked at closely.
Yeah, I would just say make sure we know what exactly it is we're getting into.
Okay, well, right, of course. Next month I can have the attorney offer to be here. Would you like him here? Now he's just learning this as well. So schools don't typically, I don't think they haven't had a lot of plants decommissioned in our state at this point. I don't think so.
But it is something that the rest of the state is looking at.
Right.
Just you have him teleconference. It would cost us a lot less.
Julie, will you get that down? That he offered, so we can.
And we are talking two separate things here. I mean, there's the rate case. I mean, they do have something to do with it, but you have the rate case and you have the coal communities thing.
And the common denominator?
To
The ACC, they're not our friends.
because we just, I mean, as far as the rate cases go, the ACC's already told. Of course, now they have some new people on there, but this was just last year where they came and said or the year before, that APS was not able to recover any ratepayer money to pay for anything related to having to replace coal power. Okay? So then APS didn't like that rate case, and they're coming back with another one, and that's the one that we're on right now. So I'm just curious what it is that the school would have to say in a rate case versus the coal community recovery or the help that's coming over here.
I'll try and
Those are two different, separate.
So the money we've received came from the one with the Navajo Nation. They threw us in at the end, same with the county and the college, with a small amount. And I do think it's what he said, it's the shareholders of that. But I think that was the one that had already passed.
Yep.
They're still maybe arguing about where the money comes from, but that one's been completed. APS at least agreed to it so that's where that money came from. That's what they told us.
And that was for shutting down Four Corners and Cholla.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't just Four Corners. That was Four Corners and Cholla.
So yeah, then I'm gonna need
So we need to find out.
more research. But so next meeting we'll have some things here for you.
I mean, I agree that we need to look after our interests, no doubt about that. But we also don't want to get caught in some political wave going on.
No, right. So I'm with you.
Here they come again. Got their hands up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that was my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fields. Any questions? Any other questions? All right. Well, that brings us to call the public. Did we have anybody sign up?
Yeah.
You didn't want to say anything back there? Okay. It's nice to have somebody from the public here, though.
Is that what I am on public?
You represent everybody else.
No, I don't.
Okay, so that brings us to consent agenda items. That's items number 5, so 5A through 5E. I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items as listed.
I'll second it.
Any discussion needed?
Yeah, I want to know what were approved closure of bank accounts.
So basically they, because they're allowing us to, exceed a certain amount with the ones we have and have more, we're able to shut down some of the older ones.
Yeah, a few years ago, let me preface by saying, school districts could only have bank accounts for certain purposes. We can't just decide we want a new bank account, and the board has to approve those, and they also have to approve closure of bank account. A few years ago, the legislature, whoever approved a different type of a bank account it's a holding account for the general fund. The general fund is what the county treasurer manages for us, the board approved that several years ago, and we got it set up. But when we really started using it is in COVID, because during COVID, it would no longer accept cash deposits that we collect. So we had to take it to our bank, convert it to a check, and then mail them a check because they didn't want to touch our money, I guess. And so we started using it then, and
you're wanting to delete it now?
No, but as we've been using it and kind of then we looked at our other bank accounts and said, there's some of those that can be encompassed into that one bank account. We can just consolidate some things instead of having 3 or 4 different separate bank accounts. And so that's all we're doing is we're consolidating those, and it's just less accounting to do, less fees we have to pay, and that kind of thing. And so we're just consolidating those holding accounts where the money sits until we can transfer it in.
And we have the county, we go through the county because a lot of that money comes from them. Why?
Oh, because,
I know you explained
because that's the way the school law works. Unless you're a big district or you go through a process, it's a years long, not year long, but several years long process, so that you can do all of your own accounting and check writing and stuff at the district. And I'm talking general fund, I'm talking M&O, capital outlay mainly.
Okay, so, and I get that.
Yeah.
So how can we bypass that with even though it's just like going and buying a money order? It's basically what you're using that account for, am I right?
Well,
because you're depositing it and then you're writing a check to the county.
We write a check out to the county, and we also write it to a couple of other funds that we have to keep separate money in, or keep our money separated. And so, but that, and also the other thing is when we start taking credit cards, which we hope to be doing within the coming week or so, we'll be ready to roll that out. Excuse me. That the merchant bank that handles that has to put the money somewhere, and so that's the account that it'll go in. So once it goes in there, and then we look at where did that money, what was that money for, and then we put it into the bank account that it needs to land.
Okay, so a simple question is, if we are supposed to be having the county do this, are we not? This is a law that the county is supposed to do this for us?
What they're supposed to do is write our checks for us for maintenance and operations, capital outlay, and a few other funds, the grants. We write our own checks for auxiliary and student activity, but they have to write the checks for all the other funds. The treasurer does.
Okay.
So this is just kind of an intermediary. The cash that we receive, cash checks we receive locally, dump into that bank, and the credit card payments dump into that bank account. Then we take it out of there and put it either to the county treasurer, or we put it in auxiliary, or we put it in student activities. And there need a holding account, especially for food service, which we have right now. We don't need a holding account, especially to collect insurance payments from retirees, which we used to have. We're just closing those accounts and consolidating them into that.
But you're still gonna have a separate line item for all that stuff.
Oh yeah, we still try to account it for it separately. We just don't have to have separate bank accounts.
Yeah, because it's employee benefit account,
Right.
athletic account, and food service account.
Yeah, and the athletic account is an account that we use to write checks for like referees and stuff like that. Those are kind of,
Interesting fact, since we're talking about it, so for a teacher to get paid, it has to go through the county, like you said, they call it M&O, but, so the county, all the teacher pay goes through there, and they won't pay a teacher unless they have their, documentation, their certification on file, so it's like a way they.
A double check on our school system?
Yep.
Okay. I'm done.
Any other questions
Andrew.
or discussion?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions, but, you know.
All right, well, we'll call for the vote. Andrew?
Yes.
Dayton?
Yes.
Rhonda?
Yes,
Myself, yes. Karsten? Yes. All right. Brings us to 6A. I'll make a motion that we approve speech language pathologist assistant position.
No second.
Dayton second?
Yes.
This is a temporary position because of the workload, and it would be paid for out of a preschool grant it's a 2-year grant, start last year.
yeah, but we have some carryover, so we effectively have a couple of years out on that.
Any other discussion needed? Okay, Dayton?
Yes.
Rhonda?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Karsten?
Yes.
Andrew? All right, that brings us to 6B, personnel requests. I'll make a motion that we approve the personnel request as listed.
I'll second it.
Okay, I gotta ask, what's FLPA?
So we do.
Speech language pathologist assistant
You almost need
or
to
aide.
interpret that for us. Thank you.
Which is why we shortened it to SO.
It's an actual health degree and what's it called?
Certification.
Like certification. Licensing,
Okay.
so that they can provide medical services.
So how,
And they do.
Everybody needs to take a minute and read everything on this.
Yeah, if you look down
Please
through there, you got some
Take the time to
resignations,
read.
ratifies, approvals.
I have a question on, we just barely approved it, so we already hired one, or already posted the position without it being a position yet?
yes, for the purpose of getting it ready for this meeting. So, I authorized them to post the position to see if we could get an applicant. In the market, the current market, a lot of times we'll post for positions and not get any applicants. We heard there was an applicant that people have worked with or knew, and so I told them to post it with the understanding that if the board doesn't approve that position, we're not going to have it, right? But we did know we were going to have an applicant, and we did know we wanted to get it started, so that was what it was. But yes.
With the resignation, do we have what's that gonna cost?
That was and you know, it's my fault for maybe how this is formatted, but that is the one that could go into executive session out of all these. That's the only one that we've notified because we thought it may, but that we can answer that in open session here. But we could also, just so you know, go into executive session on that one. Now, it is going to cause long-term substitute in covering that for the remainder of the year, and it'll be one class that is probably canceled that has low enrollment in it.
Can you tell us what class that would be?
Yeah, that is that stage production, unless something's changed since when I spoke with Mr. Miller.
How many students do we have in stage production?
It wasn't many, does anybody know here?
You probably almost count them, the ones that are really into it.
Probably on one hand, yeah.
I know in previous years we haven't had more than like 3 or 4, but it's still 3 or 4 students. So,
We have a program, you know, where the kids, they do work in the sound and the lighting and the stage. And, it might be worth going to a session.
Let's go, if that's what you wanna do.
well, you just talked about it in public, it doesn't.
As long as we're careful, you know, I would direct us to be careful for legal reasons.
Well, she's resigning, what difference does it make, is my attitude.
Right, well, it's not normal to have a teacher resign in the middle of a school year, especially.
Is there anything we need to know
So,
that shouldn't be,
Public? Okay, so,
or do we just need to go executive so we don't get in trouble
Yeah,
for saying
maybe.
something wrong?
Maybe we should do that.
all right, well, I'll make a motion that we go into executive session
I'll second it.
to discuss Carson did, to discuss the resignation.
Push mute on this and go.
we're gonna have to
Go-
break, cause
go
I
for a
just lost
vote.
one hearing aid.
Yes.
Yes. Rhonda,
Okay.
myself, yes, Carson, yeah, here we go.
All right,
Be
I'll
quick,
take a
guys.
coffee break, we'll be back.
Late caught under the wheel. Okay, back in session 7:14.
Yes, back in session.
7:14.
Back in session.
So I think we had a motion to,
Yeah, we had a motion to approve the personnel request as listed.
We had a second, right?
We did have a second.
I start. Yes.
You were the second.
Huh?
Yeah,
You said?
she said that you were the one that seconded it.
Yeah, I seconded it.
And now she's
ready.
voting, now we're voting, and
saying yes.
we're Rhonda, she's saying yes, I'm saying yes,
Yes.
Karsten.
Yes.
There they go. They're quicker than I am at calling names. Okay. It brings us to 6C.
the calendar.
I'll make a motion that we open for discussion and possible approval of the 2023-24 school calendar.
I'll second that.
I have a recommendation before you in your packet, and she has some hard copies, and Steve's got it up on the screen.
Can I have a hard copy?
And
I can come get it.
if you don't mind, I'll just take you through it, Mr. Larson, is that all right? Yep. So school would start for students, so it's 149 days. School starts for
What's our
students.
minimum?
144 is like the bare minimum.
42.
Yeah, 44. Yes.
Oh,
So students would start August 2nd, and school gets out Memorial Day weekend. That's where we get a few extra days in here, this calendar. Usually we're getting out 1 week earlier, like it would be on this one, May 16th. Now it's May 23rd. So because of that, we add a fall break 1 day on October 12th. Thanksgiving would be a whole week. Winter break is 2 weeks with a staff day before students come back on January 9th. And 12 enrichment days. Everything else is pretty much the same.
Sorry, if you want me to look at a particular, I'm sorry if I'm wandering
Yeah.
around here.
That's fine for now. Leave it right there.
Is this the only one
That I'm recommending this year, yeah. But, you guys can modify it how you like, or how, as collectively, as a group.
Is this the same amount of enrichment days as this year?
Yes, 12. So we're,
okay, so why did we? I just feel like we shorted leaving for Christmas and stayed gone a long time. Go back to December.
December. Okay, so they get out the 21st.
No, it says the break begins on Monday. So they go to school on the 21st.
Yeah.
So there's not really any pre-Christmas time off.
Yeah, that's right.
Just the weekend. Normal weekend.
And up to January,
Is there a reason for that?
No, I've looked at it both ways in the drafts.
yeah, I think part of the problem was that week you would come back is January 1st. And so and then you'd have to make it January 2nd because that's a holiday.
Right?
So,
It breaks up the week.
Okay, well, I just think you better be ready. There's gonna be a lot of fussing.
Well, this year, I don't like the way
So
this,
go
we have
back.
a whole week this year before Christmas, but then you're coming back
On the second.
on the 2nd, which New Year's Day is a Sunday, and you're back on the 2nd.
Okay, didn't you say there's 1 day for fall break?
Put that on,
Huh?
yeah, put that on the 21st.
Yeah, put that before Christmas.
Sorry, I maybe should have prefaced it. Legally, you can only take 2 weeks.
Oh,
so, and I think,
Yeah, you're trying to stretch the 2 weeks. So you could,
you'd have to back up some.
You
so-
could take the 3rd and the 4th in January and put it on the Wednesday, Thursday before Christmas if you wanted to, and that would be 2 weeks. But you
Have
have
one draft
2
like
split
that.
weeks. That would split 2 weeks toward 2 weeks. Right before Christmas, you only have 2 days, and right after the Christmas break, you only have 2 days. You could do that.
And it's fewer weekends is the alternative.
Yeah.
So a teacher, anyone that would complain about
So-
it, we could show them that alternative.
So you're gonna be able to show them that they actually wind up more time off.
Yeah, if they like the weekend, if they count that, yeah.
Okay.
So, were you trying to say with the Thanksgiving that you feel it is better to have the whole week off?
Or Carson sure thinks so.
Well, I know Carson
Carson's
thinks
been
so.
fussing for how many years?
Probably.
Can I make a statement now that we're talking about Carson busing?
No, we did not give you a thing to be here to
Yes, please.
talk about it.
When we had that elementary meeting, there was one teacher that was very adamant. The Thanksgiving week, we need those days so we can teach about Thanksgiving. I don't want to mention names, but that exact same teacher came to me later and said, I think we probably are better off with the whole week of Thanksgiving off. So anyway,
This is the way I look at it. One person will be happy, one person will be mad. If you don't like it, get over it. Because if you want a day out, you take the kid out of school because you don't like how it's done for a day, you're the parent.
Well, now, that's saying the 22nd and 23rd is the so what what are the teachers gonna do on the 20th and 21st?
Non-contract days.
Huh?
The school is out the 20th through the 23rd, and teachers don't come. But the 20th and 21st is not a paid holiday. So if you're an instructional aide, for example, you don't get paid on the 20th or the 21st.
but
What did they say?
the janitor
If you're an hourly
people
person,
and maintenance
You
people
don't get paid.
are,
They could work. They can work the 20th and 21st. That wouldn't be a paid holiday for them.
Holiday staff.
But if you're in a classroom,
So the actual
and
holiday
that was
then
another one of the
work
things
still just the 22nd
of having that
and
week.
23rd.
A lot of
But
maintenance
since there's
and
no school, the
janitorial stuff to
20th
be done, I was
and
told also.
21st,
right.
your normal.
Because they all want to work when
stuff,
everybody else does.
Yes.
They don't have a holiday, so
So-
holiday pay, but they
yeah,
also don't get paid
so-
if they don't come to work.
So those people have an
But the
they're saying-
teachers are?
but not the.
Well, the teachers are salary, not hourly,
Okay, well,
right?
yeah, I mean, it just looks weird, why?
Can I say something
Sure.
real quick?
I mean,
I bet if you were to look at least from the high school perspective, high school, junior high, if you were to look at the number of write-ups that were done the 2 days before Thanksgiving, you would see a huge increase. They are insane those 2 days. It is extremely frustrating to deal with that.
So you have the next 2 days.
It wasn't the students I was talking to them about,
Oh, I'm just letting you know.
but that's a good point.
Those days are, and a lot of parents think, oh, they're just gonna watch movies, we're not even gonna send them. And so they kind of get irritated with me when I actually do stuff.
How many, and this was one of the questions that I've been asked by people too, especially in the last few years. Recently, they've been going down to the Tucson tournament, which is, I would say, a quarter of the students between the girls' basketball team and the boys' basketball team that they take down. Would that be safe that a quarter of the students are gone to that?
I wouldn't say.
Yeah, that seems high,
I
yeah.
will give you Dan's perspective, and I've had a conversation with him about it, because I lose my husband for almost a week. He feels that if the school was out for that week, he would not have as many players because families would leave. So with school in those days, families are not leaving, so he has a more full team.
I guess he'll just have to not go to that tournament.
You know,
I know, inside my household, we have differing opinions.
well, I'll get, whatever. So, since I'm a coach, I've had coaching discussions. The world's changing, and it's changing right here in Joseph City as well. And it's not just Joseph City, because you can talk to other coaches everywhere. It used to be school or not school, because like you start football before school even starts. kids that were gonna play are there, right? And if you don't have school, but you have a tournament, kids are still going to the tournament. Now you have kids in the middle of school. I mean, school's in session, and their family takes them out for a week, and they come and say, hey, I'm not gonna be playing these games because I'm going on a family vacation in the middle of school, in the middle of the week. So that never used to happen. The thing's changing that way.
Yeah, and they're addressing the change with, not this year, but, or starting this year, attendance will count against you on your letter grade. So schools will be tightening down on some things, doing some different things.
Dang.
Yeah.
But then you got,
Just so you know.
well, you gotta be careful with that too, because ever since the COVID thing, we go out and we say, if you're sick, don't come to school, which I still agree with, because
Well, COVID's still out there, you're right.
I don't get nearly as sick as now that I'm not a teacher as I did when I was sick 3/4 of the school year all the time, but you're still going to school because you got to go, right?
Yep. I'm with you 100% on that.
So if you start, you got to be real careful about saying, well, your grade is determined on whether you're going to go to school, because now parents go, hey, we're going to have a vacation in a week. Johnny's sick this week, but I'm sending him to school so that he doesn't miss out for a week when we're on vacation. So you got to be careful with that. I don't know.
Green,
It's supposed to be green, is blinking yellow, but it's not red. I don't know.
Must be dying.
Caution.
Is our spring break the same as MTC's for our MTC?
on this calendar.
My thought, and everybody already knows this, why can't we still get out on the 16th?
Of May.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that people talked about, was they don't mind starting school early, but they want to get out as early as possible to make a longer summer. A thought, if we
Sounds
got,
like daylight savings time.
if we didn't have a fall break and we didn't have a Civil Rights Day, which I don't think we have to have, that would,
Civil Rights Day.
Yeah,
there's one that we don't have.
Columbus.
it's Columbus Day.
We don't have that. On your
Okay.
fall break though, you're right, we wouldn't have to have that.
We do?
We don't.
Don't.
Just a thought. And it would lower, if we took that one away, it would lower it to 147. Is that correct? Is my math right? If we took,
It's, 149 days in this.
Well, if we give you your 2 Thanksgiving days and Columbus Day back, you can get out on May 16th.
let's do it then. Let's do it.
Which way do you want?
I'm just throwing out other options out there. Because I know that was one of the things that people talked about, was the getting out that day.
I know it seems like when my kids were in school, the summer was longer,
It was
It
way
was.
longer. It was
like
actually
3 months instead of 2.
Yep.
Mhm.
But to Brian's point as well, you know, down at the elementary, you got a D school, and you got to have all the teaching days that you can have.
Mr. Moser looks pretty comfortable over there. You got anything to say?
Well, it seems like at that meeting, if I remember correctly, the teachers and the parents that were there didn't really care necessarily about the number of school days, as far as having the 148 or whatever. Did I remember that correctly?
I recall, they didn't like the January 2nd.
Yeah, and they definitely wanted the prep day of teachers before the kids came. That was definitely something that they wanted.
Like Tuesday.
And they definitely liked the starting in the middle of the week. The kids starting in the middle of the week, so they can come Monday and Tuesday and have kids Wednesday.
Yes.
Those were the things that I remember that were discussed.
My biggest question, Mr. Moser, is do you think most of your staff would be okay with this?
This calendar?
Teacher from the high school, junior high, what's your thoughts?
My only thought was your December, the 20th and 21st, a lot of families are gonna take off those days. So you're gonna be missing a lot of kids because of how close it is to actual.
Okay, so the way I see it, we're trading the November
But we can't have
2
longer.
days that they are nothing but trouble. Serious,
The high school.
at the high school, they can take off and leave on the 20th.
They can't.
No, I mean,
We can't have longer than 2 weeks.
That's 2 weeks. We're down
No,
to
no, 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 I'm not saying give it to them,
Well, the kids just can,
let them
well,
go.
they're the parents, that's what they need to do, deal with the F and get out of here.
and it's just,
Sound a little rough in the shit.
that's probably what's gonna happen.
Right,
I
but
don't
the
know.
teachers knowing that can prepare for it too.
It's just like that week, because a lot of teachers try to do their midterm tests, end of semester tests and that sort of stuff. And, for instance, if they choose not to come, that's their problem. Like, I always announce 2 weeks ahead of time what my testing schedule is. If they choose not to be there, that's their problem, not my problem. And I communicate to them. So.
That's a good point. One thing we've done in the past when we've had situations like that, like if they want to take a final early because of a conflict or like this, they have to get principal approval, have a meeting, and then with both parents, all this, there's a process to go through if they're going to be gone on one of those final days, and just to see what an alternative would be. So we try not to make it too easy to take a final early, but not too hard either, where it's going to ruin their grade. If it might not be their decision, might be their parents. So.
Mr. President, I vote yes.
So you're saying you're done with discussion?
Well, you could do,
It's your turn though.
you could do those 2 days, 20th and 21st, and then come back on the 3rd of January.
Sure could.
That's the only thing that I'm seeing that you might wanna change.
But you're kind of shortening it because you don't have a weekend at either end, or you don't have the 3-day weekend at
I
either end.
travel to Walmart as far as I get.
Is President's Day you have to take it?
Well, you're not really losing, I mean, you're adding a weekend at the front instead of at the end. Right, I mean, you still have a weekend.
It'll make one.
So before Christmas, you now have a 5-day weekend instead of after New Year's having a weekend tied in.
6-1 out, that's not, if it's 2 weeks.
You're not losing a
A
weekend.
3-day weekend to begin, a 3-day weekend in the middle, 3-day weekend at the other end. If you start midweek, you don't.
Is President's Day a have to?
Yeah, those are national holidays.
Yes, national holidays are have to.
Do you know when their national holidays are?
I have no idea when national holidays are, except for the 4th of July.
It's actually a federal holiday, not a national.
Right. Great, thank you.
As the
I can't
25th,
even hear you out the left.
each year moves another day over that, this won't be as much of a problem next year, won't be as much of a problem the year after. It's just, there's a couple of years here where that 25th falls in
Yes.
an awkward place, and it's just the way the calendar works.
And I don't know that this is an issue or not, but for people who have to bring their kids to the other parent, that could be hard, and that might be something that they will need to talk to the school about in getting them to the other parent's house before Christmas.
True, they have 3 days to do it though, with this calendar.
2 days.
Oh, they have Friday, Saturday, Sunday before Christmas.
Oh, yeah, Sunday, I guess.
Sunday's Christmas Eve,
That's right.
federal holiday. I'm just kidding. I'm on.
Forgot about the Sunday there, sorry.
Well, you're not gonna be able to make everybody happy.
All right. Can we vote on this now? Andrew says yes. I say yes. Carson?
No.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Dayton?
Yes.
Wait a minute, what did Andrew say?
Yes. Dayton said yes. We're up to you.
I don't care, I abstain.
Okay, you can abstain.
That's pretty much my,
It went, so, I mean,
3-1 to 1 then.
we can't always agree on everything, guys.
I agree.
wait,
That was harsh. Okay, moving on, 6D. I'll make a motion that we approve the employee incentive program as listed, as presented.
I'll second it.
Any discussion needed on this one?
Questions? I'm curious about it. So last month if you want me to start off, last month I talked about, maybe differentiating if it's before or after school hours that they're working on it or during school hours. And, Steve and I met on this and he had some good points. It's going to get too messy to do that. So if we approve this, they can work on it, whenever the training is scheduled or whenever they can get it done. This one would only take care of the student transportation one at this point. Okay, that's what your approval would do right now. And we can add other programs to it later, like the coaching certification or whatever.
Yeah, but it doesn't specify that.
It gives a range of the
52.5.
In the rationale section, where it says that.
It says 5,500, but then it says we plan to pay 100.
for the
What I'd like to do with this, because it makes it clearer for people and for employees, is to actually put it on a salary schedule as a range, okay? Because we reference that whenever we pay somebody. And so that range could, depending on what your assignment is or what it is you did, it could range from 50 to 500 is kind of the range we came up with for this particular certification. Not worth 500, but it's worth 100. But I just.
So you're talking about the student transportation one. That's what.
Yeah.
So
So in the future, if Mr. Fields comes back to you with, now we would like to add a coaching certification or a lifeguard certification for staff, whatever it might be, we have a framework there. We have a range that we're going to pay within on the salary schedule. So we wanted to kind of approve that framework. But for right now, what we're asking you to do is approve the framework. But the only incentive program that we're asking approval for right now is this driver certification. In the future, if we have another one, we'll come back to the board and say, this is how much we want to pay. We want to pay $200 for this certification. We want to pay $50 for that. And we've already got the framework. We've already got a slot on the salary schedule for it.
So it sounds like to me that should have been two different motions. One for the framework and one for the position.
Well, it could be. It doesn't have to be. You can do it all in one motion.
Okay.
Because then this one motion is we approve $100. So it says you plan, but once we say 100.
The motion could
Well,
be.
this is to improve the program, and inside of the program, they're gonna do $100
And the
for
only
the
thing
driver.
what I'm basically getting at is, are we going to take all the incentive program pays back to the school board, or are we giving a blank check for anything between 50 to 100 bucks?
No, what I said was we'd come back to the
And
school.
so,
Yeah.
do we have to come, and so to Rhonda's point, are we coming right back right away to the $100?
no, we wanted to get that done, and
So it will be $100.
yeah, that was the recommendation at least.
Sorry, I said plan, so. My plans never work out, so.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Carson?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Rhonda?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Okay, that takes us to 6E. I'll make a motion that we approve the budget revision as presented,
I'll second it.
and now we can have discussion. First of all, I don't see on here. So it was only a couple of months ago, we asked where our enrollment was, and we said we were up from last year. And now it's saying we're down 16 from last year, 16.8. How you can be down 0.8, I don't know. but we're down 16.8.
Met some people.
Wait, it's weighted student count is what it is.
So that means we've lost like
Yeah.
30 some odd kids. Did you find that out for sure?
16 to 17,
From
the 100th day of last year. So depending on,
of last year.
yeah, whoever said that, what they were comparing is what it is. So like, I don't know if let's say a principal said it about, well, we're up so many from the end of school last year. Well, that could be, but, and that could be true, and this could be true too, you know. And that's one school. This is the whole district. So,
Okay.
So where are we basically down? Joe City residents, Holbrook, Winslow?
I didn't look that up, but,
Elementary, high school.
I have the district numbers is all I have. Arrow might be able to tell you. Oh, I might have them in front of me here.
There's not much we can do about
No, but we can
That.
see.
now, but we can plan for it.
It fluctuates throughout the year. So like you'll have not as much here as some schools, but kids will come at the 100th day. We'll have to
Why
adjust
don't we
the
have a
budget again.
vacation day on the 100th day, then everybody's attended?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Then they make you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's the amount.
It's over, then your 100th day is tomorrow, is the next day.
It's not who comes to school that day. It's the amount you have enrolled that day. I think.
Sorry.
But there were back in the day. I do remember things like that going on, but I can double check. But anyway, yeah. So
So does it only count on the 100? See, I'm confused now. It used to be that you only got counted one time for the year. That's how many it was, and then that's what. Now it's not. So are we going to have constant budget? Can we get kids enrolled again before the end of the year? And now all of a sudden we're getting money back?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
What a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Can we start bartering? You take one teacher, we get 5
Hey,
kids.
maybe we can steal some from the, the neighboring towns,
Yeah.
Winslow.
Yeah. There we go.
We can get you an extra couple days off Christmas.
All right. Good. Anyway.
So yeah, we're down, about 17 district wide from the 100th day last year, but it could go up by the time our 100th day kicks in.
After Christmas.
Yeah.
So what's the bottom line?
Good, next week at court, we might get some more.
So that's the other part I don't understand is what is this compared? When is this time? I mean, so we got a budget off of last year's 100th day. What was our budget considered off of this year? And then why are we saying we're 16 down from that? That's what I need to know.
This year was an estimate because we do our budget like in May before the school year even starts.
And we did it off the 100th day of last year.
So we did it off the 100th
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Next year, we're not going to. We're
So,
gonna,
I was gonna say, wouldn't it be more wise to just do it off of what our final enrollment was, because it ought to be closer at the beginning, right? Possibly?
could be,
mean-
yeah. I think we need to plan for a small decline in enrollment because of the power plant. People are leaving slowly when they get other jobs and stuff when they know it's happening, so that's what I asked Steve to look at for us. You're right, but typically we just keep it pretty much the same. It's been stable.
Have parents working out there.
But it's contractors will get played with,
Yeah.
some of the contractors that are out there.
But there's
They're
enough
not.
people, what everybody needs to realize, it affects all businesses.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And then as the businesses get affected, then there goes more kids.
I bet.
Okay, so let's go.
The only difference for us, it would be adjusting the budget up instead of down if the enrollment it's just a matter of planning, so.
So you got some numbers you're throwing at us here. So we're losing 127,103 due to 16.8 kids lower, correct?
Yeah, it's that much less from the estimated amount that we, based the adopted budget on.
All right.
Yeah.
So then the next one down there is money that we had
So
that was left over from previous year.
what, the next one, which one?
$106,068.
Yeah, it's kind of a combination.
They increase in unrestricted capital fund, but then underneath it says it's a balance carryover.
Right, so.
It's not really an increase, it's just,
It's just money that we're spending to cover that we had in a carryover.
Yeah, it's a little more, nuanced than that, just because, to make things even more crazy is capital outlay, is unrestricted capital fund is based on not this year's enrollment, but last year's enrollment. Okay, so when you look at change, decreases or increase in capital, you're talking about the change from 2 years ago to 1 year ago.
Right, so
they don't ever sync up.
So is this 106,000 from money that we carried over?
Yeah, that's, most of it is. Some of it's also put, because, we actually, we didn't go down, in enrollment from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22.
Yeah, but so if it's carryover, is it, so you have money that you can carry over from a budget?
Yeah, right.
So how much money do we have left? Is that all of it? Or is there some left over? I'm just wondering, why are you saying 106.68?
Yeah, most of it's carryover, from the year before.
Is that all of our carryover,
No.
or is this only part of our?
That's
A little over $1
part of the
million.
capital. Right.
Okay,
Okay.
because we're spending all of our carryover money.
No.
Where does
Oh,
that
and-
put us in the future?
And that's all by design, you know,
Yeah.
we're trying to.
Trying to
set up.
carry it over,
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Okay, so you're saying most of that is carryover, but some of it isn't. So
Well,
what isn't carryover?
I'd have to go back. There's about 50 calculations that go into that number. I'd have to go back and do some work, but the bulk of it is, the most of it's carryover. Some of it has to do with our estimated amount from 2 years ago versus the estimated amount from the actual amount from a year ago versus the
You're
estimated.
saying some of this
Current year
increase is actually because we got more because of what our numbers were last year.
Yes.
So that's a combination of carryover, and we have more than what we thought we were gonna have last year.
Right.
Okay. What's the classroom site fund? That's an increase as well.
That's a performance, most of it is performance pay. That's what they called the proposition way back 20 years ago. It was Proposition 301, so that's what it's referred to. But, we use it for the performance pay, like the 10 objectives the teachers work to get for extra pay. Some of it is put in for an extra teacher right now, and some of it is in the salary schedule.
but not the carryover.
The amount, yeah, and the amount we get per pupil varies from year to year because it's based on how much revenue is collected at a state that dumps into that fund.
So are those two going into the maintenance and operations fund, or no? Or we can use them for that? Because I like to do math in my head, and you got a negative 127,000 roughly and a positive 120,000, which gives you a net decrease of 7,000 right there.
So are you asking about classroom site fund or what?
Yeah, if you add the classroom site fund with the one above it, you get 120,000 roughly, a little more than that, and you have a decrease of 127 up above it. So that puts you 7 in.
Yeah, it actually, it doesn't go into the it doesn't go into the maintenance and operations fund, but it supplements it. There's a chunk of every teacher's salary that comes out of classroom site fund. So instead of having to use M&O for it, we're able to use classroom site fund. So they do, it does supplement that. But it stays in the classroom site fund, but helps with M&O expenses.
Okay, because what I'm trying to figure out is we lost 127,000.
Yeah.
And this other.
And you're right. No, that.
Where you're making up.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's
Okay.
part of it.
So then you have a negative, or you have a positive 76,000 and a minus 90,000. So that's another 14,000 there.
And then there's a huge increase.
Well, that's not really an increase though, 'cause you look at that,
It's,
It's that,
SFB building, that really
Yeah.
doesn't have anything to do with our budget, unless you're counting that as we could use SFB to do maintenance that we would not necessarily have to do because we're losing the 127.
Some of
Is that
it.
what we're saying?
yeah. And some of the decrease in state funds too are, I mean, it's not as catastrophic as it might look like, at $90,000 because some of it is that Youth Faith and Family grant that we knew was gonna expire and planned for it, and we just discontinued those programs, so it's not necessarily gonna, cause a problem with M&O.
Okay, well, that's good to know. That, you might, on future ones like this, put that in there, this does not affect our M&O or something like that. Otherwise, because I'm sitting here trying to do the math and make it add up.
Well, to me, when it all gets said and done, we lost $127,000. We're going up and down this and that, this fund's here, this fund's there, so-and-so saved us, but the only thing we can control is that we lost.
Can't even control that. 'Cause that's-
Yeah.
that's-
But everything else we're just kind of tattooed on.
yeah, you gotta isolate that one. I agree. But we wouldn't be showing that right now if we would have planned for a decrease in enrollment. But it's hard to,
But we have some, a really healthy carryover, so.
which is why you want carryover,
Yeah,
because
so it's not gonna be a problem for us, to get through the year.
But I thought part of why we were having carryovers is for, like, big ticket items.
Right,
most of it is.
That, not
Yeah.
to make up for
No, I'm
budgeting.
just saying it's not gonna make us run short this year, but it is something that can affect the future if that enrollment doesn't pop back up by the 100th day.
So how often do they check our enrollment and are gonna require us, it's monthly? So we can expect a monthly
Up and down.
up and down
Yeah,
as
and then-
far as budget adjustments?
still the 100.
No, well, we adjust our budget twice. We're supposed to do it by December 15th and by May 15th of each year. So you do a look back in May and you say, okay, now.
So
Now
how
we're-
about having him do us an average by the month? Would that make you feel better?
Well, yeah, this is just the first time I've seen this where we're going. We're
Because
doing
how
but
can-
we're gonna approve a budget adjustment due to losing kids.
We do that.
Not like in the middle of the year. I mean,
Well,
I know we do the ones in May and we do those budgets. Those things always come up in May where it's like, okay, we budgeted this, but we actually only spent this.
well, and
This is the
sometimes,
first one I've seen that says specifically, we have to do a budget adjustment because we lost kids, and that, because now we're checking every month instead of the once a year, boom, that's what you got.
well, and sometimes we don't have to do it in December. If your decrease is below a certain percentage, they say, don't bother revising. If it's above a certain threshold, they say now you have to do a revision. So
So it's been going on, just not this
Yeah.
extreme.
right. So these budget numbers, the state runs them. They run them every month. But they're usually like at least a month, sometimes up to 2 months behind. So the numbers that this budget is based on were October numbers. And so since we prepared this just literally a week or so ago, I looked up the November numbers and they are back up a little bit. The enrollment numbers. So
Talking about is the November numbers, this is October numbers.
this is based on October numbers. Because the state sends us a report that says, here's your enrollment and here's our calculation based on the latest numbers we have. And your change in your budget is above a certain percentage. I can't recall off the top of my head what that percentage is, and so therefore these are the lines that you have to revise, and here's what you have to revise them to. So it's something they dictate, and then when we get to May, by then we'll have reached our 100th day. We hit that in February, So all those numbers will be out, and then we do an average of day 1 through 100, and those become our final numbers, and that's what we revise to in May. So that's how it works. You don't revise it every month. You'd have to hire a staff just to do that. If you need to do that.
Okay. I'm ready to vote. Okay, well, I'm ready. I'm just trying to understand the numbers. I completely agree. That's all I'm trying to do, understand the numbers.
Is there something I can do differently about that? I don't know.
Well, I think what we should do, like I said, is for next year, plan for a small decrease in students. I think even though some people could argue that we're not gonna lose any, I think it shows good planning on our part, I think, to plan just for
It's always nice to know we gotta
Well,
adjust the budget.
the other-
We've got more money instead of less.
Well, the other side of that is,
Yeah, next time figure 17 less students, and then come back and say we got 0.2 students.
you guys?
yeah, the other side of that though is that, you have to weigh that against, if you underestimate, then the county assessor does not tax enough to cover your budget, and you have to end up borrowing money to cover your budget through the end of the year. You're allowed to spend it. You just don't have to
Oh,
tax
so
it.
he had to,
So you're actually kind of better off estimating. You're kind of better off estimating high,
Wow,
and then you've got enough cash there to a little more cover your expenses. That's kind of that's why school districts generally don't estimate low. You don't want to estimate too high because then it can cause some problems. But
So do they hire school district guys like you to run the IRS after you get sick?
I resent that.
That's a confusing mess. What the crud? There's got to be a simpler way to do this.
oh, I'm sure.
It is. It is messy, and it is more complicated than I think it needs to be.
It is a mess.
I'm not saying show a huge decrease for next year, but I think at least let's look at from the 100th day to the end of the school year, like Eldon said. That's a good idea. And I mean, the trend is with the power plant closing, we're probably going to lose some students.
It's just, I know in September, it was either September or August, it was right after school had started, we specifically asked, so where's our numbers at compared to last year? So I'm assuming that we must have looked at the end of last year, because we were told, if I remember, it was right about 16. We're up about 16 kids from where we were last year. And now I see a thing that says we're down 16 kids, which if you go from up 16 to down 16, that's 32 kids. That's a lot of kids.
But was it a principal telling?
That was-
Yeah.
It was
Eric.
a combination of elementary and high school, and they both said we're up a few from where we were last year, and it looked like it was about 16.
Since then, I've lost.
Okay,
oh, great.
so we have lost about 32 kids in the last.
Now we're.
I do a special ed report at the beginning of school, and I do it on October 1st, and there was a variance.
Of 32 kids?
No.
Okay. Just,
Uh,
that's just, I'm like, wow, that's a lot of kids.
There was the variance was between the end of last year and the beginning of this year.
Was less kids or more kids?
We had more kids in special ed.
Well, that doesn't give us a total of the.
But it varies. But on day 45, it's one thing.
Yeah.
On October 1st, it's one thing.
Well, and then just the special ed kids affect our money differently too.
Mhm.
Yes, they do.
And it depends
So,
on what the
That's what you gotta remember, that there's not just
So are we talking?
student in seat or student out of seat is not all that affects this.
Are we talking 1-for-1 kids or
No.
total? And that's where the 0.8 comes from too.
It's an average.
It's an average.
Look at how many kids were enrolled on day 1, how many kids were enrolled on day 2, and then we average it over that period of time.
Not at my house because
There's no brains there.
Okay, anyway, yeah,
they
so,
use them at home.
the only thing I would say, Steve, is if you can, make it a little, clearer, like, I mean, increase in unrestricted capital. It's not like we had extra money given to us there. I mean, you have a good explanation underneath there.
Right.
Balance carryover, but if you look down through there, it looks like, okay, the state's taking money away here because we had lost kids, but they're giving us money here and they're giving us money here, but then they're taking it away again here. It's just, it would be, I don't know. It would be nice to be able to understand it a little bit better, is all. Okay, call for a vote. Andrew?
Yes.
Dayton?
Yes.
Not like a choice.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Carson? Thanks. Superintendent evaluation.
There's a form for this that you guys have. You have it in this packet, but also from a couple months ago. And we could go into executive session if you'd like to complete it or to talk about it.
This is the,
There's no attachment. It's just correct? No.
So are you
Is
making a motion?
I will make a motion. I will make a motion that we approve the evaluation of the superintendent.
I second it.
This has to do with just an evaluation, not rehiring or anything for his
No,
next
it's-
contract.
Isn't that money thing?
No, this is
No?
not the money one. This is the one that you have to do.
So we're approving evaluation hasn't been done.
Well,
How are we supposed to do the evaluation is what I'm saying?
so
Yes, you could do it verbally or what.
we can do it. You can do it. Okay. So here's your choices. Let's just make this clear. Wait. You got a form that you can follow, but you don't have to follow. Okay, so the form was given to you in your backup so that you could go through there
Mm-hmm.
and you could decide in each one of those different areas if you wanted to use the form, whether or not they like it. If you like what the superintendent's been doing, Mr. Field, or whether you should improve, things like that.
Or where?
Or you can, as a board, not use the form and just say,
We're happy, we're sad.
we are happy with the things that our superintendent is doing.
I understand.
Or you can go into executive session and do it there together without him in there, or with him in there, or however you would like to do it.
I understand that. I'm just saying, we're approving a thing that,
Okay, so I guess I could reword that different.
it's okay. I'm just, it's whatever. I tell them what I think.
I think most of us do.
I think we all do. So what would you like to do? Would you like to go in and fill out a form, or would you like to do an evaluation?
Off the goals, you can, some districts do it off the goals, or, you know, rate satisfactory, you can simplify it, satisfactory, unsatisfactory.
Mr. Field, what would you like us to do? Would you like us to fill out a form?
Probably go into executive.
Or would you like us to go into executive session?
Whatever.
So my personal opinion is I like everything that Mr. Field does for us. I mean, he works with us really well. He's easy to go in and talk to and get answers, or.
And I know I've
get things
seen every
straight,
one of,
so-
I've seen every one of us in his office. So,
Well, like
I
I
think
said,
I heard somebody say I tell him personally, so.
that's right. Yeah, I mean,
He sets goals for our district, then he follows up on
And
those goals.
he addresses when we bring something up that we feel like the district's falling short.
well, then I say he's got a satisfactory.
Well, so that's what I meant to say is let's approve a satisfactory thing for our superintendent.
Then let's make that amended motion that
It'd be
we are
satisfactory.
evaluating him as satisfactory, and I second it.
I'll amend my motion. I'll make a motion that we approve a satisfactory reading of our superintendent, evaluation of our superintendent.
Before we vote on that, can I make a question?
Well, sure. That's the second one.
I second it.
Okay, there we go.
What do we do between now and when his contract's up to, what's the
process? I haven't been here when there's been one of those. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. So my contract is up in, at the end of June this year. And probably, most superintendents would have already had this all worked out, and we haven't. But, so we would need to either do that. So your options would be you can still non-renew, regardless of this evaluation, you can non-renew me.
Can I jump in here for you, Mr. Fields?
Yeah,
Real quick?
I guess.
So, I've been on the board probably longer than I should have, but we've had previous superintendents, and most superintendents, I would say, other than Mr. Fields, a lot of times they have a 3-year contract, but they renew the 3 years every year, so they always have a 3-year contract. Mr. Fields is specifically not asked for that. He just gets his contract
And even took a cut and
Yes.
pay.
Okay, so he's been real easy to work with that way, because we have had superintendents here that since the school board did that, renewed a 3-year contract every year, and then all of a sudden you wanted to get rid of the superintendent, which we don't want to move Fields, but then you had to buy out his contract, and he had 2 more years on his contract.
But my biggest question is, if we don't do anything to renew it at the end of that year, and we don't have a contract still, he doesn't have a contract either. That doesn't mean we can't keep him.
Get started on it.
That's, yeah, there is a legal.
We probably, that's what I'm saying.
So,
At what point do we need to have it
March.
on the board to approve March?
I think is the deadline for, you gotta let him know we're going a different direction or not by that month, from what I remember.
Okay, so
So then I suggest, when we get down here for requests for future agenda items, that y'all decide when you want it on the agenda and direct them.
By March at the latest.
Well, I would say get started on it so everybody can rest assured.
I would say we want that on
January, February.
So now we are waiting on date to vote.
We haven't voted yet. We're starting with date.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm glad you keep me straight.
Yes.
What's I had a short night last night. Myself, yes.
Yes.
Carson,
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Uh,
That's why I went ahead and wrote, it's the only way I can keep track.
very good. I'm glad you do that.
So now we're at 7.
Information items.
Minimum wage increase, Steve, got that on here for us.
And we've already, done what we needed to be ready for that with
Right.
all,
Right, no action. I just wanted you to, we didn't know the exact amount until,
gotcha.
yeah, so I just want to make sure you're all
But,
aware of
but
that.
you had made plans for not just minimum wage, for all those affected by it.
Correct, that's correct,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, and our salary schedule has verbiage built into, the salary schedule you approved has verbiage built into it that we would increase it with minimum, as the minimum wage goes up, so we don't have to take an action mid-year.
At the January board meeting, we have to elect officers and a date and time for the board meetings for the next month.
Next year?
Next year.
January 10th.
So we also want to put in there contract renewal for superintendent. Can you do that by January, or do you want to wait till February?
Yeah, I'm fine whenever you guys want to do it.
Let's do that January.
We have, whatever it's called for the,
Oath of office for the
No.
new board members.
yeah, we have that January 10th, but we have a lot of the school board members at a meeting the next few days
That's already on there.
that we posted, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's already out. I see that one out. Anything else for future agenda item?
That does make it clear, like, if you guys we wanna have a conference at a table or something, we can do that at this meeting, you know. Can't
We
take
need to
action,
Talk about stuff.
can't take action, but, you know,
Can have discussions. upcoming meetings and calendar events. So we do need to set the second Tuesday in January at 6 o'clock is when we're gonna do that, correct? What day is that?
January 10th.
It's a Tuesday.
Oh, it says that right there. Very good. Thank you. Skip on down, Elvin, skip on down. Oh, man. Okay. I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
8:09.
Myself, yes. Carson, Dayton.
Yes.
Andrew.
Yep.
Okay.
Carson?